Tula? Why not? Is this a dream? Lord Hypnos?
Welcome! Oh, hi, I wanted to say thanks again for waking me up and all. I have a lot of catching up to do at work, but if not for you, I'd have way more.
Lord Hypnos, you're most welcome. I'm certain everything is better at the house now that you've finally returned. Wait, am I asleep? But now you're the one contacting me.
You bet! I kept on wondering, what can I do to pay Master's daughter back for what she did? Give her my gratitude? Already done. My affection? Worthless. And then I thought, I can make sure she gets a good night's rest.
That's rather generous of you, as I suppose I could use one. So, a good night's rest involves my psyche being in this unusual place, and what else exactly?
Well, I sure am glad you asked, because you are about to find out. It's what I call dream dives. Have you tried conquering your worst worries? Well, here you can! Eventually, but first, here's a handy brochure that'll tell you all about it.
All about dream dives?
Nice brochure, huh?
Of all the places Hypnos could have sent me to. The black coat grows strong. I remember everything about this place. And reveal my path. That felt so real. Olympus, I accept this message. Familiar dream. It's no use. grow golden once again. Not the first I've dreamt of Nemesis. Come on, then.
Mother would be proud.
I can use this. I can't. You should have stayed in shadow. Can't right now. They're gone. Let's keep dreaming. Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming. See you next time. Next time. Next time. Next time. Flourish. Go, Tula. Can moonlight guide me even in my dreams?
Then let us turn our foes.
How like reality. Good. now. Olympus, I accept this message.
Certainly.
Fair trade. I can count on you even in dream, Lord Charon. In the name of Hades. Until we meet again. Hello, imaginary, vicious household pet. I wonder what you dream of, boy. A shiny star. Father's house. Sort of. Refreshing even in a dream. Which one would help? That looks like Hypnos. Let's see where we end up. Odd place to be after the fields. in my dream, Itos. Frosted bird.
So you know what I say? I say dad. I say dad.
I can only imagine what Dionysus dreams about.
I say out of sight. All right. Hey.
If only I could learn to let go as you have, Dionysus. Won't forget, forget,
Here we go.
Not surprised to see you in my dreams. Tula now.
You all right?
I hope you know how much I care for you.
Got it. Good night.
Keep up the good work. Need to recharge.
Aid from a relative of yours. Zeus shall be notified at once.
What's good here? Auto forces, blast. Lord Zeus. In the name of Hades.
For you.
For my mother. this isn't real.
Mountain.
It certainly felt real enough. Olympus, I accept this message. Here we go. Quiet here, at least. Hear me, on my authority. I need this. Did you predict I'd see you in my dreams? we could have met as allies, not as foes. What's this?
That guy you fought knows everything, including how to lose.
For the road. Is that you, Lord Hypnos? This should help. From the heights of Olympus to here. Ever-shifting chambers, realign.
I always wanted to talk to everyone in Tartarus like this.
That's great, Lord Hypnos. Special delivery. Cheers, homies. Figments of my imagination. Hades, take you. Memories of father still in chains.
Greetings.
You're back with Mother now, where you belong. Get out of my dream. Don't interrupt my sleep. They'll burn. Lord Hermes. One left.
The path of stars.
One with Selene. Sam skulls. my boon from chaos came alive. Enough of that. Area clear.
I thank you.
Excellent. Sorry.
Of course.
Tuna. Olympus, I accept this message. In the name of Hades. A sudden surge. Stronger. Swim time. You haunted my dreams for far too long.
Cowards. Cowards. You waste your time. Come forth, my subjects.
This outcome is no longer a mere dream. What's that? Shiny. Getting somewhere.
That was a pretty tough old man you beat back there.
Another Hypnos there.
Kiddo.
Now what? This dream ends here, does it? My dreams are my reality. Bearing set. There. Laboring even in my sleep.
No, you don't. Now then. Dare to oppose my niece. You get paid.
Sailing on. That's for me.
Cube of ice. Golden petals, spider silk, flower pollen, cattle milk.
At ease, piggies.
Oh, hello.
Is that really you, Madam Cersei?
Go now with grace.
Madam Cersei must know much of dreams.
I think they like you. Safe travels.
Hear me, on my authority. Desolation.
Clever move.
Death to our foes. Had to do it. Lost too much blood. To the next vessel. Sink or swim. Ash of the dead. What's Hermes offering this eve? Express shipping, please. The path across the sky. A boon awakened. Are you my greatest rival, Strife? Look at him fly! Incoming!
Out with you all!
Animal! Here it comes! I'll be right with you. Come here, Trouble! Can't drag me back to hell without a fight. You can't trouble me as you once did.
You did it!
Gemstones from the earth. All right, time to get up. From dream to waking now.
You'll have a good night's rest for sure after all that.
Back to reality.
A dream-fused shrine of sorts now sits quite comfortably in the training grounds, as if to ask the hard-working princess, have you been getting enough sleep?
I'll sleep when I want. Perhaps now.
It's all right, guys. She's awake. You see that thing we got in here? It's a dream comforter. Warm, soft, top-of-the-line materials. Soon as you lie down, boom, you'll pass right out. So I've heard.
I never thought of our training grounds as being suitable for relaxation. Though I suppose a calm and steady mind is just as vital as physical preparedness.
Right. So if you want to doze off, I say go for it. You earned it. My disciples and I would be honored to stand watch. That's what we do anyway.
And I appreciate you all. Ready to come out?
We're up. Our wards are holding fast. You encountered the return of latent memories on that Shade companion who yet haunts your residence. You were certain she desired this, and was prepared to face the truth.
I had seldom seen Dora want for something more, and she has a strong spirit. Wait, were you aware of her past?
I held to my suspicions, but 'twas not for me to speak of it. The complications between gods and mortals started long ago, and now cannot be easily untangled, if at all.
Am I supposed to just accept that my relatives may have been so careless or cruel with all these beings who look up to them? Perhaps Prometheus is right about us gods.
Prometheus makes sweeping condemnations. Live long enough, Melinwe, and you too shall make decisions you regret. Dora certainly has. Some of your relatives surely have as well. All we can do is learn, and move on if we can.
You said some of my relatives. You think others may be more like Dora was, oblivious to the mistakes of the past?
I think they could not dwell on it, especially of late, with harder lessons from the past taking precedence. Perhaps at some point you shall help your relatives make peace with all of this, when they are ready to face their own truth.
Would it be foolish and naive for me to try?
It would be foolish and naive for me to say so.
Smells delicious.
What's up?
All these thoughtful furnishings nearby. Thank you, Princess. Your companion Dora asked me a variety of questions about my preferences, but I didn't realize it would accommodate me in this way.
As you've been staying with us for a little while now, you may as well have a degree of comfort here. Though surely that's nothing compared to what you had serving the Fates.
Oh, where I used to reside was more configured to my sister's taste. Although considering how much I've come to like spindles and drapery, perhaps mine aren't far off.
To each their own.
That older-looking shade that joined us with those baubles and whatnot. Some sort of oracle or sage, eh? What an unusual vocation to be a chronicler of history.
The wizened sage remembers each and every night since all of this began. Every victory and setback, now available for my review.
Ugh, I wouldn't look upon my life in such a way. But to each their own. And I reckon it's a fine means to learn from your mistakes if you've the stomach for that sort of thing.
Oh, I do.
I fade.
Don't know how they managed to get Cerberus to sit still long enough for this.
and stuff you haven't seen.
Should fit the spirit of this place.
I mean, I guess. One bed of flowers for the commander to trample. Coming right up.
Let's try this on for size.
Gotcha. Could use an extra splash of color near that blanket thing.
Huh. Come, Golly. Just a quick nap. The realm of dream.
Congratulations!
Might I offer you this nectar as a symbol of our newfound connection and my gratitude for meeting with me thus? I hear you don't have much back at the house.
This is a dream? So even if you gave me something really good, it wouldn't be there after I wake up. And either I'd feel bad about that or forget the whole thing. So no thanks.
Well, we tried.
Your first dream dive must have worked out pretty well, because if not, you wouldn't have come back. A good night's rest deserves another, huh?
Hold a moment, Lord Hypnos. Last time, we barely spoke before you whisked me off into some warped version of how my nights have gone. This is supposed to be restful.
Sure is, once you get used to it. At least it is for me, although I get to stay here while you do the kill everything part. But I think that's the most exciting part, don't you?
I can't believe these dreams of mine are so specific. Am I truly so caught up in my regular routine that even my imagination and subconscious are obsessing over it?
It happens, though don't feel bad, because if you keep doing dream dives, you will conquer your worst worries and feel refreshed like never before. Now go on and get in there. Bye now.
See you, my lord. This seems to be a rather realistic dream. Might as well say, in the name of Hades here.
Back for more.
Enough. Next vessel. push closer. Ensnared. It's her. In the name of Hades. Lord Charon's ship. For my mother. I'd like to see my brother, so I accept these terms.
Preliminary.
I used to dream of meeting you, you know.
Sorry.
Get him, Golly.
Down we go.
Mine. And I'm back. In you go. Come. Is that all? My contractually bound reward.
Made to order. That I can do.
From the contract. To dry land. Apparently, I like to dream of strife. Watch your step, Dave. How's this? Here comes my favorite part. There goes that. How about this? You wish. We'll both go back to hell. That's the stuff. Oh no, not again, not again. There. Moving right along. It's just a dream. Should I change things up? The tooth. I bid you farewell for now, Lord Hypnos. I a dream in such exacting detail. Golly! Incoming. Coinage. Just as hideous as in real life. It's no use. Just the result I imagined. Olympus, I accept this message. Sure. Closer to the top. Such dreamy eyes you have, Typhon. Not now.
What a bargain.
Right.
For besting Zagreus.
Oh, it's only me.
The Smith God's power.
This Typhon? Quickly now, attack!
Typhon yet lingers in my head. Take me away. This place, familiar somehow. Just a small sip. I'm guessing Erebus. Incorrect. More cocoons. There it is. Some bones for later use. All quiet. In the name of Hades. Now.
Hey, you look great, man. Yeah?
Apparently, I can't imagine Narcissus doing anything else.
Knock yourself out. It is I.
Sacrifice to Lady Demeter. Ah, yes. All right. In the name of Hades. Life or death. Stay where you are. My blades grow sharper still. take it. I bid you shine for me again tonight. I hear your every blasted lyric in my sleep. Joy This silence ought to help my sleep. Into the purse. One region left.
Good job killing that music band back there.
Surprise me, Lord Hypnos. Should be the final stretch. More auto watches.
The possibilities.
hear me, on my authority. Greater might.
Well fought. You shall have it. Let us be off.
I can't even dream of you automatons behaving properly. shameless wretch. Olympus, I accept this message. Mistakes were made. I'll cut you to shreds. Not a chance. Contract approved. In the name of Hades. A fitting ultimate opponent, I dare say.
memories are far too short.
Letting me beat you even in my dreams.
Well done!
I should probably get up. From dream to waking now.
Another dream dive done and added to my list.
A successful dream dive.
You fall asleep back there? So how's that dream comforter been working out? Living up to its name or what? If only it had not been placed so cruelly out of reach. What am I, Tantalus over here?
It's more than just a plush blanket. It's a gateway into a dream from Lord Hypnos himself. Would you like to try it? I could try dragging you over, or ask Nemesis to carry you.
Oh, I'll not give in to such temptations, young one. I would never, under any circumstances, abandon my post. But if I were you, I would be lights out over there right now.
Well, let me know if you change your mind.
Hey, you're conscious. Look at what we got.
This sounds good.
Uh-huh. Can't get these in Elysium anymore. But we have our ways.
Ooh. May moonlight guide you. Perfect condition.
get it through your skull. This is not what I ordered. You gonna give me a refund or not? You even listening to a word I'm saying? Why do I bother?
Seems like you've been sleeping better lately. Not that I like watching you intently while you're out cold.
Lately, my dreams haven't troubled me as much for whatever reason. That's probably why. You truly watch me sleep?
No, just when I'm bored.
Back at last. I must commend you, Malinois, helping our tactician come to grips with his old connections. Arachne with her curse, that shade follower of yours with her memories, and more. You could have focused solely on your task.
Would you not have preferred that, Mistress? As I was trying to aid my comrades, I sometimes couldn't shake the sense that I was doing something wrong. What's more, I couldn't even solve their problems. Not entirely.
There are such problems that take root deeply enough that they become a part of us. These cannot be solved so much as accepted and understood. Your comrades may never have achieved this without you. At least not anytime soon.
Lost souls must first accept that they are lost, you used to say. That's true of more than just the Shades of Erebus, though, isn't it?
Correct. You are the princess of the underworld, and you possess a gift. 'Tis not your magical acuity, for that you learned painstakingly. Rather, you inspire others to believe in themselves, as well as you.
I have strong-willed comrades. I hardly think that I've inspired them.
You are a goddess. Do not diminish your accomplishments, especially to me.
Very well, and thank you.
We all thank you.
Hello.
Looky who! Really put up warning signs about me, babe? Seems like I'm sure for you. What if I did something like that to you? How would you like it?
Well, I wouldn't like it probably, Harris. I'm sorry. I merely thought the signs would help when I can visit with you here. I'd not considered it was something cruel.
It is cruel. I was so impressed, but now you're groveling about it, so I guess I gave you too much credit for that one. You're not gonna take me down, are you?
It sounds like you don't want me to, so perhaps I shall.
You better not.
Farewell.
Have a gander.
What's possible?
Monroe's mother had always been much better at starting things than finishing them.
The Unfinished Swan starts off on a melancholy note, with the recently orphaned young boy Monroe pondering the few remaining mementos left by his late mother, her brush, and an incomplete painting of a swan. One night, the swan up and vanishes. Monroe follows, paintbrush in hand, into a world completely rendered in featureless white.
So he took his mother's silver paintbrush and followed the footprints into a little door he hadn't seen before.
It's a contiguous void of pixels as far as the eye can see, marred only by your targeting reticle. But Monroe need not wander snowblind. He can paint the town black, hurling balls of color that end in deliberate splats, revealing a place that's not as empty as it appears, nor as benign. Either with the standard 6-axis or move controller, it will only take a few moments to grow accustomed to the addictive, messy paint slinging. Discovery and wonder go hand in hand as scenery is revealed and things slowly come alive as Monroe meanders further into a forgotten kingdom. With golden swan steps pointing you in the right direction, it's hard to get lost or stuck. But the game is not completely linear. The sharp-eyed can hunt for hidden balloons to unlock new toys to play with. There are beautiful vistas to uncover, and you might find yourself echoing Monroe's limited commentary with a wow yourself as you overlook a sprawling labyrinth on the lap of a castle.
Whoa!
Your search for the swan goes through 4 chapters, each further divided into subsections. And while the basic controls don't change, it's not all wading through white. Each part interjects new subtle gameplay flourishes that also speak to the world at large. Lobbing paint at a floating serif character will reveal a story page, for instance, which provides clues about the backstory. Shadows are added early on as the land becomes more detailed as you progress. Unpainted surroundings remain a constant, beckoning you to liberally apply some paint, or in later chapters, water, as physics, darkness, and other factors creep into the puzzles. It all feels novel and fun to master, with no single element overstaying its welcome. In fact, a few ideas could have used an extra challenge or two before bowing out of the limelight, though the best, like the creeping vines, get just enough time to gestate from tutorial theory to puzzle-solving practice, complementing the layout of wherever you are in the world without feeling perfunctory. The Unfinished Swan is a treat for the senses, with thoughtful music and a poignant, elegant, and ever so slightly enigmatic story with tinges of the bittersweet, as well as humor and hope. This is the sort of game that offers up that rare spark of ingenuity that manages to thread both its form and function between narrative, aesthetics, and game design.
Hey!
See this and other GT shows and game reviews on the GT Originals iOS app, available now on the App Store.
Ship full of friends, hundreds of friends, best friends, one and all. A veritable friendship it was. Get it?
In Battle Block Theater, a chatterbox narrator will let you know exactly what to expect. A loose and loopy story punctuated by sophomoric silliness and plenty of punishment. It's up to you, a dome-headed, cone-topped, or perhaps puppy-faced pipsqueak, to free your friends from a murderous cast of cats by collecting gems in the one-act plays created by your kitty captors before escaping to the next level. The influence of Mario and Meat Boy can be felt in the challenging and sometimes sadistic design, and there are a few fart sound effects and poop jokes thrown in for good measure. The jump and dash action runs the typical gamut with pipes to grasp, springboards to ping-pong you around, and lethal lasers and liquids that will kill you dead, sending you back to the last checkpoint. Each level, surprise surprise, is built out of evenly spaced blocks of various attributes. Finales at the end of each set are 2-stage obstacle courses with the clock ticking down to a do-over, requiring some planning in addition to sharp reflexes. Though tricky at times, nothing encountered constitutes a roadblock that 2 dexterous thumbs can't muscle their way through. So the challenges can be completed in a matter of minutes, but false walls, extra gems, time goals, and hard-to-reach balls of yarn set out a long and satisfying path to complete mastery. collectibles offer rewards beyond simple progression, with gems unlocking new character heads, which can also be traded online between bouts. The hundreds of options include a few standouts, but in the end, it's only a simple cosmetic triumph unless you approach the game with the collect-em-all mentality. The more elusive yarn can be spent to acquire a small arsenal of finicky weapons, which can be put to proper use in the more confrontational multiplayer modes.
Oh my goodness gracious!
You do need to gather a minimum of 3 gems to open the exit, but you're bound to end up with a few shinies simply navigating the game's challenges. Levels are curt, clever, and cute. The game mixes things up, but there's no escape from the salivating raccoon beasts, uniformly infectious music, and a non-stop narrator.
Just as productive as one can be.
He'll recycle phrases and edge up to the side of grating at times, but he's generally a humorous fellow, saving his best shtick for the chapter-ending puppet shows.
You don't even complain about the prison food, which is shocking because that stuff tastes like doo-doo casserole with a side of butt salad.
There's a ton of blocks and plenty of battle, but some of the game's tricks get reused often enough to feel a bit played out. The sense of showmanship that shines so bright early on fades as the blocks start to blend together, though the platforming moxie remains high throughout. You can try your hand at level creation as well, with an easy-to-use editor that lets you share your creations online.
Oh my goodness gracious!
While you're there, you can jump into 2 versus 2 matches for 2-minute bursts of karate chops and desperate hops with modes like King of the Hill, or try Color the World for a fresher take on competitive platforming. You can enjoy these modes offline as well, with a few friends and some extra controllers. Wacky weapons and meaty uppercuts provide something akin to Smash Bros.' frantic brawling, but while it's a good way to waste some minutes and garner a few gems, its lasting appeal seems questionable.
Really? What tipped you off, genius?
Battle Block Theater is a fine little game, and though it has charm and pizzazz, it also comes off feeling a bit of a sideshow. Just something to pull out on a rainy day for a fast 15 to buy a new head, play a quick match, or toy around with a level idea. You'll get your mileage and scratch that itch to run, jump, and punch with wild abandon, which, for $15, is A-okay.
Take little bows for a job well done. You deserve it.
See all of our shows and game reviews now on the brand new GT app on Xbox Live, and the GT Originals iOS app too. The first scene in The Swapper shows your nameless character screaming and pounding on the glass as a tin can rocket blasts off into space. Wherever the rocket is headed, this lonely traveler does not want to go there. What follows is a game that evokes Metroid in its isolation and map layout, and Portal with its extremely clever puzzles. Yet despite these obvious comparisons, The Swapper manages to create something all its own with a haunting and intelligent story that remains gripping until its grim conclusion. Trapped in the abandoned space station Theseus, you're left to explore the dark and mostly silent corridors with nothing but a small handheld device that lets you create up to 4 clones and switch your consciousness between them. When you swap between these clones, your soul transfers from one vessel to the other, according to the game at least. In a practical sense, you'll directly control one body at a time, while the remaining copies replicate your movements. When you step left, they step left. When you jump, they jump. While the cloning device isn't particularly amazing at first, its potential is slowly revealed. Soon enough, you'll be traveling vertically upward, leaving a trail of discarded shells crumpling to the ground as your consciousness ascends. Sacrificing clones is required for almost every puzzle, not only because it's often demanded to reach a solution, but also because a considerable amount of experimentation is involved. At first, sending clones to die may come with a twinge of guilt. After all, these guys are really just another you, right? As the game progresses, however, you'll invariably start to view them as a means to an end more than anything else. It might get you thinking, though, why would the way you treat people differ if you were completely desperate? What's the lowest you'd sink to survive? It'd be easy to expand on such ideas through heavy-handed exposition, but the Swapper uses the game's core mechanics to slowly burn these questions into your head. Complex quandaries are certainly a highlight, but the game is also just a joy to play. A lot of the payoff is due to the fact that the swapper simply refuses to throw players a bone. The game starts easy enough, presenting problems that only take a minute or two to figure out, but by the end, you could be staring at the screen for almost an hour, wondering if the puzzle before you is even capable of being solved. While that may sound frustrating, the swapper only asks you to carefully study the environment and approach every dilemma with an open mind. It's rare that you'll face puzzles that incrementally build on the last challenge, so you'll have to continually think of new ways to apply your cloning and swapping skills. This often leads to moments of incredible satisfaction because you're not only discovering solutions, but whole new ways of thinking about the game. There is a significant complaint to levy against the puzzles, though, particularly with the game's final trials. Success sometimes demands such precision that occasionally it's hard to tell if you're on the wrong track or just not doing exactly what the game wants. The solution could be so hyper-specific that you'll be sure the previous attempt was incorrect and try something completely different when you happen to be on the right track all along. It's the closest the game has to a real problem, and there are many reasons to continue forging a path forward. The inventive puzzles and smart storytelling here are reinforced with an impeccable sense of style. The game's subtle, claymation-esque art lends an appropriate degree of fragility. The space station you explore is very mechanical and imposing, while your character is like a bug, capable of being squashed at any second. The fact that clones are so disposable only enhances the feeling. Color is also used very effectively, your character drifting through gray halls like a ghost as lights loudly flicker in the background. Other tricks, like the screen getting fuzzy as if it were an old CRT monitor, add an alien element that only furthers the sense of isolation. To simply describe the experience as a challenging puzzle game would sell short its fascinating environments and carefully constructed narrative. There's a lot more to it than you can convey with a box quote or one-minute trailer. This is a game that demands more from its players and treats them as capable thinkers. Don't make the mistake of dismissing the swapper.
When 9 and 9 meet 9, the depths of reason shall stir. When the seal of creation is broken, a voice like thunder shall sound, and thou shalt know. We have arrived.
Originally released in Japan for the PlayStation Portable back in 2011, Final Fantasy Type 0 finally makes its way stateside after a long wait. Though it won't be gracing a portable platform like most anticipated, this HD update arrives exclusively on the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. Final Fantasy Type 0 HD boasts enhanced visuals and musical arrangements, but questions persist about the quality of the so-called HD effort, given the game started out as a portable game. So given that Square Enix has managed to overhaul several of its older titles with remarkable results, did Type 0 receive the same love and care? While the new character models look fantastic and are clearly the primary beneficiary of the visual update, other assets seem to have been overlooked. Within the same cutscene, you have two characters with vastly different visual qualities interacting with each other, and it's distracting to say the least. There are times when the game looks very good for an updated PSP title, but inconsistencies in the visual update are apparent. If you're hoping for something on par with a current-gen title, it's best to keep your expectations in check.
Oh, such courage. Just what I'd expect from Kunagiri's brother.
On the flip side, the updated soundtrack is phenomenal. The game's primary battle theme is spectacular and fits the frantic nature of the game's fast-paced action, while others are perfectly suited for their respective scenes. Some tracks are a bit on the short side, but it's definitely a case of quality over quantity. Several of the tunes greatly benefit from the newly added vocals that elevate them well above the originals, delivering an impressive score with a theme that's been in our heads for days.
That's too hard. Moglin's good enough. Good enough?
Set within a world ruled by 4 nations, Final Fantasy Type 0 gives you control of the famous Class 0, an elite group of high school cadets who are the best in the field of combat. Under the guidance of their commanding officer, the squad becomes an integral part of the fight when a neighboring country invades the kingdom and plunges the world into war. Themes like betrayal, death, sacrifice, and loyalty all come to the forefront in this wartime story. But while it's an intriguing tale, its impact is hampered by awkward dialogue delivery and gaps in both plot and character development.
One day, historians may refer to this as Tempus Finis.
Nonsense. This is not the beginning of the end.
There are several examples of why the narrative structure suffers, including bizarre edits during cutscenes, questionable dialogue, and poor voice work. Too often, Type 0's writing focuses on saying and not showing, frequently asking players to accept large leaps in logic because the character tells you to. The story doesn't do enough to earn that level of trust, leaving you full of questions and doubt from beginning to end.
Oh, come on. Don't get all uptight.
The key issue is that Type 0 hedges all its bets on convincing you to play through the game a second time. The initial playthrough will leave most players confused at many plot points because things aren't adequately explained the first time around. Instead, these holes are filled with new cutscenes and optional sequences during a second playthrough. If a story isn't good enough to stand on its own for 25 to 30 hours, there's no way it's going to draw many people back in for seconds. It's a tall order, though the payoff is worth it for those who stick it out, especially the shocker of an ending you get on the first playthrough.
That's about enough. Next!
While the story has its flaws, the combat and missions you undertake in Type 0 do a fine job of compensating. Final Fantasy Type 0 is broken up into 8 chapters, though the initial chapters serve as lengthy tutorials to ease newcomers into the game. As a member of Class 0, you're expected to undertake important missions during each chapter, which move things forward, but you're also given freedom in between these missions to do as you please.
Machina.
Take it easy now.
Yeah. I'm okay.
Whether it's engaging in an optional cutscene to learn more about your classmates, undertaking a secondary mission to help out an NPC, breeding chocobos at a ranch, or training your character to improve their level and skills, there's always something to keep you busy. Each activity takes up a finite amount of time, and you only have so many hours in between missions, so you have to be selective about what you want to do. If none of the secondary activities strike your fancy, you can report to the commanding officer to skip ahead to the next major battle. There are standard on-foot combat segments which make up the majority of the action, and sweeping battles that play out in a similar fashion to a strategy game. While you won't encounter these strategy segments often, they provide a refreshing departure from what you've come to expect in a Final Fantasy game. Even if they're simplistic and lack in-depth control options, they're fun diversions.
G-Train. Damn. This.
The on-foot missions let you take a party of up to 3 active members into combat against enemy troops, mechs, and random monsters in small combat environments that are stitched together to form larger areas. You move around in real time, executing various attacks, casting spells, and dodging your foes' advances. It's far more action-heavy than any previous Final Fantasy game, and the combat's brisk pace will keep you on your toes. Primary missions are simple enough with their linear nature and straightforward objectives, but occasionally there are forks in the road where you have some freedom in how you proceed. Some open small quests like draining a sewer or collecting an ID tag to access a computer in order to advance, but you won't encounter anything resembling a puzzle. Special orders can easily spice up any encounter. These challenges must be completed within a time limit, otherwise your active party leader will perish. However, while undertaking the special order, you can be granted temporary bonuses, and if you complete the objective, you'll be rewarded for your troubles. If you'd rather not be bothered by these messages, you can disable them at any time between missions.
I'm so sorry. I'm late.
You're never late, Remsky. Did you oversleep?
While you have a party of up to 3 members with you in a mission, you can only directly control the party leader. You can switch out between your active party members at any time, and should one fall in combat, you can bring up a reserve to fill their place. Each cadet has a unique playstyle that will take some time to get used to, and there are a few you're sure to gravitate towards. Their unique skills and abilities can be enhanced as you level up, and you can unlock new moves and spells. While you'll need to use the right cadet for the job in certain situations, it never feels like you have to put too much thought into optimizing your character's unique abilities. One thing sadly missing from the HD update is the multiplayer functionality found in the original PSP version. While you can no longer call on friends to come to your aid in battle, special AI-controlled party members taking the names of the game's development team can now join up with you to even the playing field. Like the special orders, you can disable this option if you desire, but for those who might struggle at times, it's a much-needed relief that alleviates some of the difficulty. Combat can feel like mindless fun at times, but the game is no pushover. Even on the easiest difficulty setting, you can't simply mash your way to victory, and you'll need to be more strategic in how you approach certain battles, playing defensively and waiting for a weak point in the enemy's attacks. This holds especially true during the boss encounters, where you'll get absolutely wrecked if you try to simply spam the same attack over and over in hopes of scoring an easy victory. Type Zero's battles, while not quite at the level of a character action game, are on a much faster level than anything seen before in the series, and it's certainly a welcome change. There are still problems, however. The lock-on mechanic has issues when it's stuck on a fallen enemy and you're in the process of harvesting their energy, a mechanic that lets you replenish your health and mana while obtaining a type of energy that can be used later to upgrade your spells. Type Zero's camera work is far from optimal too, especially when it looks like you're in a drunken haze while riding a merry-go-round. It's noticeable enough that it can become a distraction. Final Fantasy Type Zero's HD qualification might be questionable, but don't be quick to dismiss the game itself. While it has its flaws, most notably its story and its need for you to play it twice, Type Zero is a radically different style of Final Fantasy. It strives to go in a different direction than its predecessors, while not completely abandoning the series' rich legacy. Though its clear Type Zero doesn't completely shed its portable origins, it offers more than enough to stand toe-to-toe with its other console counterparts. It's a good action-packed RPG that does the Final Fantasy name justice.
Rekindle the flame in your souls and set you free.
Not a Hero is the newest title from Roll7, the developers of the delightful Ollie Ollie games. Instead of skateboarding, Not a Hero is a 2D cover-based shooter, starring a purple rabbit named Bunny Lord, who's running for mayor in an attempt to save the world from death and destruction. To do this, he hires a group of experienced assassins to clean up the streets from the grip of organized crime, which in turn will increase his voter approval rating and get him elected.
Fucking hell, Bunny Lord, that's dark! Let's go!
The story doesn't amount to much aside from serving up some quirky satirical humor, framing each of the game's 21 missions. Thankfully, combat is the primary focus of Not a Hero, which features a healthy mix of fast-paced rushing and slow tactical cover. Holding the roll button initiates a slide tackle that knocks most enemies to the floor, leaving them vulnerable for an execution. Tapping the roll button has your character snap to the nearest cover, where they're impervious to any damage unless exposed or rushed. The system works well, but sometimes, when trying to snap to specific cover objects, your character will roll past, resulting in death and frustration. Aside from the minor gripe, the controls are fluid and responsive, even when required to jump gaps in later levels. The odds are always stacked against you, with death coming quickly and often. Enemies flood in through windows and doorways to spray continuous machine gun fire, charging in if you camp for too long, and dodging your futile attempts at slide tackles. If you take damage, hiding in cover to let your health regenerate is the best method for success. Additionally, power-ups scattered throughout the various levels help even the playing field. Hot Shot sets enemies ablaze, Ricochet can clear a room of enemies with bouncing bullets, and Power Shot sends even the strongest foes reeling back. Finding the best power-ups when you're in a difficult situation is gratifying, and they emphasize the game's humor as characters react to the chaos. Even though the graphics are charming, Not a Hero is a brutal game. Executions range from stabbing foes in the face to stomping their skulls repeatedly. When enemies are shot, they emit fountains of blood, and point-blank shotgun blasts obliterate any trace of them. The most satisfying kills come in the midst of countless moments of unexpected chaos that are sometimes impossible to recreate. As you progress further, more playable characters become available, each with unique weapons and skill sets. Steve is proficient in takedowns. Cletus has a high-powered shotgun, but reloading makes him vulnerable. Mike has speedy executions, and Stanley has a machine gun, but very slow movement speed. There are 9 characters in all, and while it's fun to experiment with each, chances are you'll find one that fits your playstyle and stick with it. Additionally, once sword-wielding ninjas enter the fray, the shotgun quickly becomes your primary go-to weapon. Each stage features a core objective like activating billboard signs for promotion, destroying drug labs, and murdering crime bosses. In addition, there are also 3 optional objectives that range from killing everyone in the stage to completing the mission in minimal time. Throughout the course of the 5-hour campaign, these objectives rarely change, making missions begin to feel repetitive as the game goes on. The lack of variety in the environments doesn't help alleviate the problem, as there are only 3 main themes corresponding to the Russian mafia, street-level marijuana dealers, and the Japanese mafia. A few boss encounters show off the game's creative side. It's just unfortunate this doesn't carry over to more missions. While the novelty eventually wears thin due to lack of variety, Not a Hero offers its share of moment-to-moment thrills. The simple tactical action is sure to please players in the mood for its quirky vibe and pulp setting.
You're gonna die.
The Dragon Ball Z storyline has been retold countless times across many formats. However, Dragon Ball Xenoverse aims to use what fans already know by heart to tell an original story featuring the new demonic villain Towa, who seeks to manipulate history in search of ultimate power. While the unique twist on classic series lore is easy to enjoy for Dragon Ball enthusiasts, all but the most devout fans will find the game choppy and shallow. The journey begins with Trunks gathering the 7 Dragon Balls and wishing for a powerful warrior to help save the universe. Then it's up to you to create a character from one of 5 playable races, including Saiyans, Namekians, and even Frieza's still unnamed race. The amount of customization isn't staggering, but sufficient enough to feel like you've made your own distinct warrior. It's wonderful to hear legendary Dragon Ball characters react to you differently, depending on which race is chosen.
思い通りに動いてくれないわね。孫悟空の息子だからなのかしら。あら、またあんた。しつこいわね。
After a brief tutorial with Trunks, the player is transported to the hub zone of Toki Toki City. With over 200 mingling online players, it's reminiscent of an MMO. Here you can group up with others to take on side quests, enter the world tournament, and even outfit your character with armor and accessories purchased from shops. Unfortunately, during launch week, connecting to the social area was difficult, and we were only successful one time. In contrast, connecting directly to other players through custom matches worked smoothly, and we've yet to encounter any lag during a match. Dragon Ball Z is best known for its chaotic and breathtaking brawls, but unfortunately Xenoverse doesn't quite live up to the franchise legacy. Battles take place in large open environments with lots of room for both horizontal and vertical movement. While it's possible to lock onto each enemy, movement in close quarters is choppy. Combos are tied to different sequences of light and heavy attacks, but essentially amount to button mashing or finding one reliable pattern. Stamina also plays a role while evading or teleporting to attack distant enemies, but confusingly, certain moves don't deplete stamina, allowing you to rely on them for cheap, boring tactics.
Don't you dare talk about drilling!
Additionally, Super Strikes and Super Blasts are tied to an energy gauge that refills over time, but signature moves like the legendary Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb feel unsatisfying and underwhelming to pull off. Environments hardly react to the destruction, which is limited to the occasional smashed tree or house. Since basic strikes and exploits are often far more effective, potentially epic battles are reduced to a dull war of attrition. The single-player storyline features a presentation similar to the anime. It's a blast, seeing your custom character interacting with series veterans in meaningful ways, and the way the villains tie into the greater Dragon Ball mythos is clever. Unfortunately, some of the later quests require hours of grinding, thanks to sharp level spikes. The story is the best part of the game, and having to slog through repetitive side quests in order to fully experience it is a drag.
そろそろこいつのエネルギーを回収させてもらおうかしら。
Parallel side quests can be played online or off, and they're the best way to grind for experience points that boost your character's attributes and Zenny points to buy potions and armor. Playing these quests offline is considerably more difficult because of the unreliable AI-controlled allies. When grouping up with friends, the battles feel far more energetic, which helps alleviate the grind. Some of the early quests add variety through different goals, like having to obtain scattered Dragon Balls, but the vast majority involve defeating multiple opponents. There's also a two-player versus mode to jump into quick matches against friends locally. Button mashing is rampant, and you don't earn XP or Zenny, so it's a quick diversion at best. The sense of discovery during the initial outset of questing is compelling. Finding NPCs around Toki Toki City that reveal additional side quests feels impactful, and learning new moves while leveling up is a rewarding feeling. But after the first few hours, there's little else to learn, and you have to sink a lot of time into finding rare armor to benefit your stats. Because of this, battles become increasingly monotonous, and since it's easy to find success through repetitive tactics, creativity during combat feels completely stifled.
お疲れ様でした。今回も見事な戦いぶりでしたよ。
Xenoverse is worth a recommendation for die-hard Dragon Ball Z fans interested in participating in the story. Seeing your own created character interact with legendary moments from the anime is satisfying, and it's fun to witness characters like Nappa and Goku become allies. However, the shallow and repetitive gameplay lacks the same impact, and the long grind is a heavy burden. Those without such a strong attachment to the franchise may not be able to stomach the compromise.
最後の決着は俺につけさせてくれ。Thank you.
When Sony unveiled the PS4 and introduced Drive Club, thoughts were mixed on whether MotorStorm developer Evolution Studios could deliver a more realistic racer that stands out among the competition. Promises of a free version and its conspicuous removal from the console's launch lineup only fueled the skepticism. But now, after an additional year in the shop, it's safe to say that it was worth the wait. In some ways, Drive Club keeps things simple. Cars are generally quite grippy, and braking zones have been shortened to ensure you don't run into walls quite as much. Aside from choosing between an automatic or manual transmission, there aren't really any deep options to turn off things like traction control or tune your car. However, if you were to approach Drive Club as a casual racing game, you'd be way off the mark. To its core, it's all about driving well and improving your skill. And if you're going to succeed, you'd best take advantage of that shorter braking distance like a pro. Perhaps one of the bravest choices the team has made is to dispense with the now familiar driving line on track, opting instead for roadside flags to serve as cues for upcoming turns, requiring players to recognize and judge for themselves, ultimately finding more satisfaction in the process. Driving well earns you fame, a fancy word for XP. You'll earn fame in any mode, and leveling up is how you gain access to more cars and paint designs. Drafting, overtaking, and drifting clean will all earn you fame, but conversely, if you go off-road, bang into walls, or make contact with other drivers, fame will be deducted from that session's winnings. Plus, if you get too aggressive, cutting corners or slamming into other cars at high speed, you'll have to endure temporary speed limiters as a penalty. Along the way, courses are also populated with random mini-challenges called face-offs, testing your ability against other players and giving you extra fame if you succeed. Much of the excitement that comes from Drive Club is owed to its wide array of impeccably designed courses, constantly challenging you to dig deep and get the most out of your car through tight turns and changes in elevation. There are 55 completely new tracks, or in the mid-30s if you don't count reversals, taking you to varied locations such as Chile, Norway, and India. The landscapes are gorgeous and inviting, but don't try to go off and explore, or you'll run into some awkward invisible walls, which aren't such a cardinal sin in a game that's about staying focused on the road. While nice graphics and elements like 3D volumetric clouds might seem superfluous, they actually do make an impact, keeping tracks feeling fresh and new in different conditions as the sun glares off your windshield, or you speed into the darkness, terrified as lights from the approaching car behind you brighten your dash ever more. You may even fail to recognize a course you've driven over a dozen times at a different time of day. Drive Club accentuates its lighting changes by speeding up the time of day up to 60 times faster in some cases, allowing you to start a race in pitch black and end it at dawn. Of course, don't forget about the club part of the game's title. As soon as you can, you should join or start a 6-player club to work together with other players. Club leaders can design emblems and paint jobs to represent the team, apparently even if that means making it look like we're going to drive through Carnival. As everyone in the group plays and gains fame, the club levels up alongside its members, and some cars are only available to high-level clubs. While Drive Club is a fair-sized single-player tour, you'll be just as engaged in challenges sent by other clubs and players. You can create challenges from scratch, personalizing them with custom settings, or you can simply send an event or challenge you just completed off to other players to participate. Challenges have set time limits from just a few hours to several days, allowing a lot of back-and-forth play as others take the lead and you hop back in to settle the score. And the more people that participate, the greater the rewards. It's very easy to come home intending to put more time into the single-player tour, only to get caught hours deep trying to set the best time you can. The only trouble is that the amount of notifications can become overwhelming, leaving you to be choosy with which challenges you actually want to accept. If you're up for more direct competition, multiplayer races allow for up to 12 players at a time in free-for-all or team setups. There isn't a static set of events to choose from, but rather rotating groups of races available for a short amount of time. Otherwise, there aren't any additional multiplayer variations to choose from, simply more people on the same great tracks. Drive Club runs beautifully when you're out on the road with no glitches in sight, but one thing we can't judge definitively is the game's network stability. We spent a lot of time online over the past week, but with servers being regularly worked on in the lead up to the big day, we've encountered a number of intermittent issues with its ambitious social connectivity. We certainly understand that there will be potholes while things are still under construction, but as of this writing with just hours to go, things aren't totally smooth just yet. Though it's not unusual for games to add more features at a later date, Drive Club has some conspicuous absences at launch. Rain and snow are of course major additions that we can't wait to get our hands on, but we are surprised to see that somewhat standard fare like photos and replays aren't in the game yet. The oddest of them all is the car list, which is a tight group of about 50 vehicles from small hatchbacks to Ferraris to track toys like the BAC Mono, all of which are European cars. There's not a single American, Japanese, or Korean automobile in the bunch, and it's just a little weird. However, while it's not as broad in scope as some of its contemporaries, we aren't finding ourselves getting bored of Drive Club. On the contrary, the more time we invest, the more we just want to keep playing. Drive Club is a focused, thrilling racer for players looking to push themselves and compete in all new territory, working up a sweat as its captivating sights and sounds fill your senses.
assemble.
There's a peculiar dilemma with turning Mad Max into a video game. As so many others have been inspired by the series, we've already ventured across several post-apocalyptic wastelands with bandits at every turn and villages made of scrap. Yet while it certainly has its share of familiar open-world trappings, the Mad Max game from Avalanche Studios somehow refuses to feel stale. The story begins with Max having a run-in with Gastown's bandit leader, losing his iconic car in the process. As fate would have it, Max then forges a partnership with Chum Bucket, an unhinged mechanic who quite literally worships cars. The two set out on a mission to build a vehicle that can take Max across the Plains of Silence, and they search the wasteland, making alliances to find all the key parts they need. There are a few complications near the end, but for the most part, it's simply about scavenging, following leads, and doing favors to build the best car you can.
Please! Please! Please!
While Mad Max is probably at its best when it lets your imagination fill in the blanks, the game has a tendency to over-explain things, stomping on its own narrative. After a brief exchange with a woman in a cage, a message prompts you to read her bio, loaded with paragraphs of text that you really shouldn't even know at that moment. It kills a sense of mystery, and similar lore dumps happen for every character you meet and every place you go.
Those who survived. Those are the truly broken.
To stress the harshness of this world, there's an emphasis on scarcity and survival, but it's not overbearing. While you're out exploring, you'll have to be conservative with water, fuel, and ammo, and you'll have to eat what you can find, usually maggots and dog food. Max will also have to contend with fierce storms that periodically roll in. With tumbling debris and lightning striking all around you, it's best to gun it to a shelter as soon as possible. The open world in Mad Max is not only huge, but packed with far more than any sane person would ever do. There are bandit camps to take over, convoys to hunt down, races, and countless places to scavenge. Some of the smaller objectives, like yanking down scarecrows and sniper towers, amount to busy work, but it can be fun to watch them crumble. The worst of the bunch is going out with your dog to clear minefields. Not only is the process a slow chore, but for some reason your dog can't ride in your main car, forcing you to go back to your garage, switch to a less capable buggy, and go out specifically to clear mines. At the center of each region is a stronghold, headed up by some crazy-looking tribal leader. Max makes deals with these rulers to give him places to shelter and work on the car, and by clearing the threat level in the surrounding area, you'll unlock new car parts to make. Each fortress also has special projects to build, such as oil wells, ammo stations, and maggot farms. By finding the parts and building these projects, your supplies will refill automatically when you return, and the stronghold will visibly grow more full and fortified. However, while it's fun to see a base grow the first time around, going through the same process again in 3 more locations becomes kind of a drag. On foot, you'll bash a lot of skulls with hand-to-hand combat similar to the Batman games, focusing on counterattacks and drawing some influence from classic brawlers with makeshift melee weapons that break after a few hits. It feels a little clumsy at times, but you can get into a rhythm and it pays to be deliberate with each blow. Plus, as you upgrade your moves, there's more variety with brutal, context-sensitive finishers. The worst part is wrangling the camera, especially in tight spaces. Since it doesn't follow the action, you have to constantly adjust, and it can be frustrating to lose sight of an enemy after you dodge or get attacked by someone rushing in from off-screen. Car combat is not something we see much of these days, and it's certainly one of Mad Max's strengths. You'll bash into vehicles, expose their gas tanks, and fire your shotgun or rocket launcher to watch them go boom. The best tool is your harpoon. Using it against other vehicles, you can rip off doors or tires, or you can simply yank the driver out of his seat. You can also use it outside of combat to rip down towers and open gates, and it's satisfying in every instance.
Colors. Yeah,
this isn't good.
Taking enemy camps and bases is one of the key ways you can lower the threat level in an area and earn some scrap for upgrades. Scouting and picking off the outer defenses with your vehicle is usually pretty simple, making the most of your sniper rifle and harpoon. Many bases have alternate entrances, but sneaking in doesn't offer any real advantage over busting through the gates. Then inside, you'll beat down some bandits, smash enemy emblems, look for scrap, and blow lots of stuff up.
Slake your thirst with his blood!
War criers can make surrounding enemies tougher, but they're so easy to eliminate that they're entirely pointless. Once the base is taken, allies will move in and start sending you regular shipments of scrap. But the system feels quite random as you have no clue who these nameless helpers are. Top dog bases are the largest and toughest of the bunch, capped off with the boss fight, but each boss is essentially the same, with only minor variations in their weaknesses. While there's lots of repetition throughout, the world and level designs keep Mad Max from becoming a grind. Even though it's all desert, each region of the wasteland is distinct and interesting, using regional landmarks to its advantage. Some bases hang from the side of cliffs, while others are rusting airplanes, and some missions even have you driving through subway tunnels. Even minor scavenging areas often manage to be more involved than they first appear, and it's this sense of discovery that keeps the game feeling fresh to the end. On that same note, while Mad Max isn't the most technically impressive game, its landscapes present beautiful vistas worth stopping to take in. The interactions with the sand look great, and the engines roar like the beasts you'd expect. We did encounter some temporary dips in performance from time to time, and we also spotted a few errors when our scrap payouts didn't match the stated rewards. The most frustrating issue we encountered popped up in the last few hours, as the behavior of the harpoon became inconsistent, leaving us unable to fire at certain targets. Mad Max doesn't break a new mold for open-world games or feel like an epic cinematic experience, but it's nowhere near being a cheap movie tie-in either. It's fun to build your car, wreck some things, and explore the wasteland, and it's clear that a lot of attention has been put into building this world. Even when you've been through dozens of bandit camps, it still has a way of surprising you with what's around the next corner. Sit back and enjoy the ride.
Bon voyage!
Does Ultra Street Fighter IV feel new enough to revitalize a 5-year-old game? The value of this update will depend on your frame of reference, but while it's almost impossible to approach the 4th revision in 5 years without a healthy amount of cynicism, this fighter's strengths are as obvious as ever. Right from the start, Street Fighter IV's had huge depth and appeal thanks to a large cast of characters bursting with style and charisma, and fighting that tests and rewards timing, precision, prediction, and reaction. Each update has buffed some characters, nerfed others, and fixed old problems while creating new ones along the way. Same goes for Ultra, too. The most obvious change here is the addition of 5 new characters. All but one have simply stepped over from Street Fighter Cross Tekken, and that one is essentially a Franken-clone of an existing fighter. But this crop of comparatively fresh fighters feels viable and natural next to the existing cast. Their different body types, personalities, and playstyles ensure nobody feels like a pointless addition. And who doesn't like more choices? Enough effort has been made to smooth out the obviously cut corners. DeCapra may just look like Cammy threw together a last-minute Halloween costume at the dollar store, but she's got her own feel and quite a few original techniques. Relatively original anyway. The game also throws in past incarnations of existing characters. If you had a marketing job and a calculator, this would result in an incredible number of potential matchups. Realistically, though, it means a bit of additional fun screwing around and a good way to settle arguments about the best version of a particular character. Other notable differences affect the underlying systems and could be as small as the ability to stay on the ground for a split second longer after being knocked down. How big an impact they'll have on your experience will depend on how serious you are about your Street Fighter. Selecting the Double Ultra lets you use either of your chosen character's most powerful attacks rather than choosing just one, with the drawback of doing less damage. It could be a tactical decision or just a way to give yourself more options in casual play. The Red Focus attack, which lets players eat up multiple incoming hits like candy by spending a chunk of their super meter, feels like a significant change. Powering through multi-hit moves and block strings is a significant switch-up, but like regular focus attacks, it's risky and easily ignored if you're still picking up the basics of the game. It will take time to see how system tweaks like these shake out in high-level play, but anyone should be able to appreciate the little things. Being able to warm up and practice combos in training mode while waiting for an online match makes a lot of sense, and being able to quickly and easily configure your controller when you're selecting your character isn't just convenient, it's ultra convenient.
A bringer of death walks among us, and he sows his seeds of sadness across the world.
Ultra Street Fighter IV has enough added to justify its existence, but there's some skimping going on as well. The nicest thing you can say about an out-of-place recycled dinosaur stage is that it's better than nothing. The game has definitely reached the point of diminishing returns, and this feels like the most that could be squeezed out of 4 before moving on to the next numeral. So is Ultra Street Fighter IV a new game or not? Whether you consider it to be meaningfully different or pretty much the same old thing, the important question is whether or not it's worth playing. That one's easy to answer. The game is aging, but it's still great, and if you're already a Street Fighter fan, it's hardly a question at all.
Everyone will bow before me!
Strider started in the arcades of the 80s, and its unique action and atmosphere quickly found its way to home consoles. This time around, Strider is touted as a Metroidvania-style experience, and at first glance it appears to fit the billing. While there's freedom to stray from the intended path to search for secrets, with quite a bit of backtracking, ultimately Strider is very linear in its progression. Zones aren't seamlessly connected and come off as insulated levels rather than part of a larger world, like in Metroid or Castlevania. There are obstacles that you can't overcome at first, that you can come back to later with a new ability, but these aren't well implemented.
I can't believe it!
It doesn't help that many of Strider's earliest environments feel similar, sporting a bland aesthetic which doesn't capitalize on the unique look and feel of its predecessors. Even some standout areas later on do little to enrich the game's half-hearted visual vibe. One of the hallmarks of a great Metroidvania is the diverse look and feel of its various interconnected zones. Strider fails to achieve this, leaving you with the sense that each environment is more like a separate cell than a part of a larger world. The majority of the game lacks soul and fails to take many risks. While there are no shortage of nostalgic moments and throwbacks to the original game, not much feels new or exciting. Even the early bosses are laughably easy, barely standing out from the legions of soldiers and robotic menaces that serve as fodder for Strider's Cypher Blade. This changes as you near the end, but that's a long time to wait. However, the game is not without some redeemable qualities. About 2/3 of the way through the story, when Strider's true potential is finally unlocked via all the power-ups and special abilities you've collected, the game finally takes off the training wheels and hurls everything it's got at you. It's in these final segments that Strider turns into a frantic, arcade-style action game that harkens back to the essence of the older installments. What makes the combat so fun at these moments is the wide variety of abilities and powers you've unlocked. Swapping between 4 different types of blades to more efficiently cut through certain types of foes and obstacles mixes it up nicely. Strider's acrobatic prowess is also impressive, the ability to double jump and dash in any direction. Throw in the ability to temporarily summon animal companions, and you have the makings of a very appealing combat system. While this all sounds great in theory, it's all for nothing if there are control issues holding you back. One of the most frequent nuisances involves Strider's ability to cling to surfaces and scale walls and ceilings. While this certainly adds some variety to the platforming, Strider feels way too sticky when clinging to surfaces. It's not a deal breaker in the early goings, but towards the end it gets frustrating not being able to easily detach from a surface as intended. There's also a problem with the way you control Strider. You strictly move around using the analog stick. There's no option to use the D-pad for movement, which is strictly reserved for swapping out Strider's 4 blade types once you've gathered each. While the analog stick does a decent job, it fails to offer the precision demanded by the game's later segments, and sometimes tricky platforming bits. It's simply inexcusable in this day and age for a strictly 2D, side-scrolling action game to not offer some sort of digital input for movement. Double Helix made an admirable attempt at reinventing Strider for the modern era with a new look and other amenities like online leaderboards. In some ways, it successfully recaptures the action of older games, but too often it misses the mark when it comes to delivering a solid Metroidvania experience. It's a game torn between two personalities, and it shows. The new Strider is at its best when it's delivering arcade-style action moments, but sadly, these come too infrequently and too late for its own good. Slipping in alongside the heavy hitters of the Xbox One launch lineup is Twisted Pixel's Loco Cycle, a road-raging action arcade game where you control a state-of-the-art weaponized motorcycle who's unwillingly brought her mechanic along for the ride. And what a bumpy ride it is. Jumping straight in, Loco Cycle begins with a lengthy live-action sequence presenting a goofy bare-bones plot and goofball performances.
It really is cool.
A big bad arms company prepares to auction off its latest piece of weaponry in the form of a sleek motorcycle with an onboard AI named Iris. The bike has other plans though, departing for a biker gang festival with her hapless mechanic Pablo stuck to its rear.
Let us smoke them until the wheels fall off.
From there, shameful attempts at hilarity ensue as the big bad company lets loose an army of goons as well as another AI cycle to intercept you.
It really is cool.
Once you're actually on the road and in control, you'll race down on-rails stretches of open highway while taking out different kinds of thugs with your machine guns and motorcycle martial arts. Regular shooting isn't completely awful, and Loco Cycle peddles an initial impression of depth with combo systems, counters, and skill trees with stat and weapon improvements that you unlock as you progress. But while the specs look alright on paper, the dodging and shooting almost completely lacks precision, and the sloppy bike foo loses its punch when you realize you can get away with mashing all the buttons at once to propel your combo counter into the thousands.
These bikes have been driving me crazy. They've been totally messing up my life.
Every so often the game will transition into one of its set-piece moment mini-games that jarringly change the game's camera perspective and control scheme. One of these mini-games includes shmup-like sequences where Iris throws Pablo like a frisbee to knock out a wave of enemies, while another has you shooting enemies similar to a light gun game using analog sticks. These short breaks to the monotonous on-road gameplay would have been nice if they weren't so repetitive themselves. You're often forced to do the same thing 2 more times with copied and pasted waves. Exhausting, frustrating fights against bosses use the same principles, dragging out far too long, and subjecting you to the same repetitive voice clips over and over. Breaking up dull gameplay with more dull gameplay doesn't really work. The game also does nothing to warrant itself being on the Xbox One hardware, with unimpressive, sometimes hideous visuals, as well as many draw distance and texture issues. Loco Cycle is unequivocally the last game you would want to play to showcase your new next-gen console, and overall, the complete package of Loco Cycle is a seemingly jumbled mess of half-baked game mechanics and absurd humor that aims too hard at being quirky.
We'll not be able to put you back together again.
There might be one or two good gags out of the hundreds the game throws at you, but too many are throwaway game and movie references or inside jokes that the gamer simply isn't included on. We guess grilled cheese truly is just that cool.
All right, everybody, let's party! Grilled cheese sandwiches! Yeah!
If you're picking up an Xbox One and you're hard-pressed on deciding which launch game you should get, we'll make it easy for you. Give Loco Cycle a pass, unless you really want to spend a few hours playing a game that's memorable for all the wrong reasons.
Sometimes they need precision. Sometimes they need something less subtle.
Anonymous, sinister soldiers, gorgeous graphics, and endless multiplayer have always been Killzone's calling cards. Mercenary tries to replicate this formula on the Vita, with some shots hitting the mark, and some flying a bit wide. The story and setting are played against the ISA's war with the Helghast, the gas-masked fascists of this fiction. Employed for subterfuge and murder sprees, you get money for kills and espionage that buys weapons, drones, and more, allowing you to customize your killer for hire against some intergalactic realpolitik. Staged thrills and interesting gameplay one-offs pop up in the 10 or so missions, but despite some impressive visuals, they never feel as big as they're trying to be, falling flat in a campaign that feels pleasant enough, even if it's a little drab overall.
Guys hitting those beaches are gonna be meat to the grinder.
The campaign is close to a 4-hour affair, with some replay in the way of alternative objectives, but the meat of the game is in the multiplayer. Free-for-all team deathmatch and the multi-objective Warzone offer foes and fodder for you to mow down, and with daily rankings based on player card hierarchy. You can kill particular individuals to collect their card for a cash bonus and work to complete sets. Snipers may have a bit more trouble cashing in on their kills, but they'll simply have to live with the disadvantage. Amongst the modes, Warzone in particular offers up versatile, lengthy sessions with good-sized maps, though we saw a lot of bugs, bad respawn points, and a few other peculiarities in post-launch play. Hope may be coming, but be warned if you have a small memory card, the first patch was over a gig.
Porcupine online.
The Vita's 2 thumbsticks work well, and there's a lot of play control and HUD customization, making Mercenary a forward thinker in portable play. Touch controls allow gun and grenade selection. If you want to melee, be prepared to flick the screen a lot. Counter-melee moves in multiplayer can be particularly hectic, but the hacking minigame, found in both single and multiplayer, quickly feels cumbersome, even as it highlights some interesting pattern recognition foibles.
We have an intruder! Open these doors!
Killzone Mercenary is the best FPS on the system, and works well enough, even as batteries drain quickly and pinky fingers go numb. It does what it does honorably, unlike some of the mercs you'll find, but any way you look at it, be it by platform or by genre, it sits between adequate and good, a tech demo that happens to be worth your time. Only evangelists will collect a full deck here. formerly unfashionable adjective defined as weird that's enjoyed a renaissance thanks to the influence and popularity of the literary works of H.P. Lovecraft. Eldritch is also an example of the burgeoning meta-genre of the roguelike, where randomness and permadeath are paired up to create intriguing adventures with real teeth. With its Minecraft look, first-person view, and Lovecraftian airs, Eldritch could satisfy many desires, or crumble under lofty expectations. Like you learned in Reading Rainbow, books can send you to faraway places. The Eldritch Bibliothek houses 3 literally magical books, though only one is available for your perusal at the offset. Each one spirits you away to a randomly generated dungeon, with each tome's tomb filled with its own particular nasty bits and bumps in the night. While the layouts are randomized, they aren't haphazardly thrown together. Various building blocks make up hallways that interlock with haunting ground, with an odd nuance of intelligent design, decked with climbable ledges, tripwires, and maddening locked doors. And you can always toss some dynamite to go your own way. There's a beauty in the chaos presented here, with a helpful minimap assisting you as you survey the strata of horror. When it comes to killing the undead and snuffing out those with the Innsmouth, there's a limited assortment of assaults. Pummeling, chucking rocks, and rationing out precious bullets feels on par with typical first-person action. Running also works wonders, though looting the fallen can net you money, keys, and bullets. Relics and magic also spice things up, but brevity and a shortage of tricks are easily Eldritch's weak points. Rather than revealing the game's secrets here, it's probably best you find out the terrifying secret of the statues on your own. The clever bits that are present, but spread thin. The game could stand to be a spot more diabolical, and feels a bit thin on items and interactions. While the 3 books offer endless replay, the point at which it grows stale might come too soon, offering a remixed body without the soul and novelty of experimentation. Still, Eldritch does benefit from classic roguelike tropes like robbing a store and the joy of discovering an exploitable spelunking trick. The game has surely glimpsed the Necronomicon, and while the blood-curdling rituals may not bewitch you for years to come, it's a delightful cantrip to enchant you for a fortnight or so. They could be anywhere, anyone, hidden among your friends or neighbors. We aren't talking about communists or even aliens. We're talking about strategy games. The Bureau has been reborn from a straight-tie 50s first-person shooter to a hybrid cover shooter in tactical clothing. The G-Men and the Spacemen are ready to rumble. Should you cut in?
Director Falk, is this gonna devolve into another one of your outsider briefings?
You don the fedora of Agent Carter, ready to take on the endless assault of Greys, the derogatory slur for an extraterrestrial, who are in the middle of sacking the United States and likely the entire planet. Sleeper agents, long-term planning, and a few slightly mad scientists help bring on a full-scale alien invasion, with Carter ending up with a mysterious alien item that gives him miraculous healing powers. It's all delivered from strong jaws speaking weak lines, unsure if it's camp or dag-nabbit Americana, delivering a mildly amusing, if stiff story.
You do not understand. This world is no longer yours, but you will learn.
An overlong tutorial informs you of how to shoot and take cover, as well as control your fellow agents by using their skills and placing them around the battlefield, hopefully behind something. After escaping to the XCOM secret base, you can talk with your fellows and do non-combative errands. From the alien artifact to the combat and chit-chat, it feels more like a meek Mass Effect than the XCOMs, which isn't necessarily bad on paper.
Do I have a choice?
Not really.
Glad to help out.
Fighting is what Carter does best, with 2 agents at his side and beck and call. Farms, small towns, and colleges are all ripe for alien assimilation. It's up to Carter to hunker down behind hedges and haystacks to take potshots while waiting on special abilities to recharge. Certain elements can feel quite familiar, such as Carter's lift ability, which reminds us of a popular biotic talent that's still useful here. While the tutorial allows for a certain amount of bravado and sharpshooting with basic earth guns, the first real missions start you underpowered, with few abilities or weapons, and suddenly landing one right between the eyes doesn't work. Even landing a dozen won't bring down bigger targets, meaning massive firepower and coordinated abilities are required to take enemies efficiently.
Set up!
That's not to say the action isn't solid or that the game feels slow, even when micromanaging. They may not be the sharpest probes in the butt, but aliens still manage to take cover and aim true, and their biggest strength is in their sheer numbers. Waves of dropships seem to be endlessly en route to your location, and the onslaught is relentless. Managing your agents via a circular menu slows down time to a crawl, making it easy to reposition and mark targets, with a lot of time spent just focusing fire and waiting for powers to recharge. While there are multiple classes with slowly unlocking abilities, any grand strategy beyond keep shooting takes a back seat. Weapon switches and mid-mission agent swaps are done without any real intel or foreknowledge, robbing the decisions of thoughtful merit.
Carter, didn't think I'd see you again. See you again. See you...
On occasion, moment-to-moment tactical calls do arise, forcing you to maneuver or fidget with a temporary boon or setback. Even a carefully placed agent can drop suddenly and will permanently die unless revived, adding tension or more likely a checkpoint reload. The recon unit or sniper is a great analogy for the game as a whole, with a critical hit ability that seems to bypass cover and logic to hit its mark. Making it an invaluable and low-level keeper, Carter will be calling on more than flashy proximity mines or bubble shields.
What are they complaining about now?
They want me to schedule a senior agent for advanced tactical training.
Lucky for you, you got a senior agent right here.
The XCOM trappings are most apparent in the look of the aliens, and later on, Carter's corded turtleneck. Sectoids and outsiders make up the rank and file. Enemies like mutons and sectopods, protected by shields and armor, do feel intimidating, but they're more obstinate targets than something you can truly plan against. Another XCOM element is also a command map, offering a place to wander around and a slight degree of non-linear mission selection, but there's only ever a few options. Dispatch missions let you send agents out to auto-level without getting your hands dirty. It offers a whiff of a good idea, though there isn't enough game to back it up beyond playing around with the other agent abilities.
Who are you? What the hell are you doing in the war room?
Carter's harrowing encounters of the third kind are also undercooked in other areas. There's enough little problems to pick at to add up to a solid complaint. Things like Carter clipping through his handgun during conversations, compound with a fair amount of in-combat clipping, squad mates bugging out, and even menus failing to respond. The production values are marred, with an already odd story pacing and character development suffering from nonsensical deliveries and executions.
Set the frequency to 892 megahertz.
Checking ultra-high frequency. Nothing. Wait, what is... It's Survivors.
The Bureau is trying hard to pass as a shooter and a strategy game, but seems to accidentally squash its clever ideas with brute force. Though combat might slosh around and threaten to spill, it's functional. The presentation can only be called cheap, but there's a dab of polish. Struggle through the Bureau and your victories will still taste sweet, but a lot of details would need to be redacted to put a truly positive spin on this troubled campaign.
We're talking about entire cities turning into mindless victims. Have some damned respect.
I'm gonna tell you about the worst bloody holiday ever.
Dead Island Riptide isn't so much a sequel as it is a standalone extension of 2011's cooperative zombie shooter. Neither the cast of characters nor the Borderlands-style cooperative gameplay have changed significantly, but a new island, new enemies, and some new ideas make Riptide a noticeable improvement over its predecessor. Whether you're importing your character from the first game or visiting Dead Island for the first time, there's never been a better time to experience Techland's tale of an island vacation gone horribly, horribly wrong.
Where am I?
Pal and I. But it's really not safe here on the beach. There's an infection, some sort of plague.
Again? Fuck me, man!
The story's a little more engaging this time around. The campy dialogue and cast of walking stereotypes haven't changed other than adding an Aussie to the group, but there's less of a focus on individual backstories and more attention given to the origins of the zombie outbreak. As a result, Riptide's narrative is a greater sense of urgency, evident from the opening moments when the survivor's voyage home gets rudely interrupted only seconds after the concluding events of the first game. The pace rarely slacks, with the heroes attempting to outrun a catastrophe that's potentially more harmful to their health than the throngs of flesh-eating corpses.
This island, it's about to be nuked. Nuked?
The shift in setting works well. Palanai offers greater visual surprises than we saw on Dead Island's Manoy. Instead of the pristine glass and steel structures of the original's yuppie resort, you'll find ramshackle shantytowns dotting Palanai's shores and inlets, each perched above muddy lagoons filled beyond capacity by a devastating monsoon. Still, other surprises lie in wait beyond, such as a harrowing delivery mission in an experimental greenhouse, and a murky trip through abandoned Japanese tunnels that'll have you wishing you saved a few more of your flares. Overall, Riptide is a sweatier, swampier experience where water establishes itself as a significant presence. You feel it in the frequent rainstorms that blur your vision, and you definitely feel it in the long rides between objectives via Riptide's new motorboats. The zombies play right along with the new drowner zombies that lie motionless in the water until you pass by, and then attempt to board your vessel and attack. Yet these waterlogged floaters aren't the only new threats in this humid new world. Other zombies represent the horrors of science gone wrong, tying into the story's major theme. You'll encounter lumbering grenadiers, mutated scientists who somehow retain enough of their cognition to lob devastating grenades, and the terrifying wrestlers who swing around bulging fists of pus with the force of a wrecking ball. They're both particularly menacing in the new Horde mode sequences, where they warrant much greater attention than the mindless swarms, and the increased level of danger makes things more interesting. These horde-battling defense missions constitute Riptide's greatest departure from Dead Island, and they pop up several times as the plot builds to its moderately twisty ending. While they don't enjoy the intensity you'll find in pure action games, they provide a welcome break from the inevitably routine business of hacking off zombie limbs via the core game's focus on melee combat. There's even a decent variety about them, ranging from comfortable, compact bases where players can fight back-to-back and quickly replace fragile chain-link barricades, to unwieldy open environments that force you to continually run back and forth. Riptide even manages to make these potentially frustrating encounters more palatable for solo players by allowing you to complete missions that improve your NPC buddies' effectiveness in combat, usually by scouring the island for specific trinkets. If there's a problem, it's that these battles go on a tad too long at times, and a bugged-out zombie might hold up the round until you hunt him down and kill him to move on to the next wave.
All right then. Better get out there and give the others a hand.
A greater emphasis on guns keeps the horde sequences manageable, with an increased military presence in the region providing story justification. Riptide never really abandons its focus on melee combat, but it's not too stingy with the ammo this time, and gun turrets frequently come into play when you're battling hordes. There's more to it than just standard firearms. Pick up a nail gun, for instance, and you can knock serious holes in the bigger baddies while, somewhat amusingly, taking the time to pick out the nails for more ammo as you fight them. Explosive mines and brain-bursting sonic weapons add further variety still, and their inclusion comes as a godsend in the most intense horde matches. Yet meaty melee combat and a constant stream of damage numbers and critical hits remains at the heart of Dead Island Riptide, as evidenced by the addition of Australian John Morgan to the playable roster, whose furious fists and feet provide a fun, if sometimes occasionally unbelievable break from the more familiar swords, clubs, and guns used by the other players. It seems a little odd that he doesn't have the stomp move possessed by the other characters, but he goes a long way toward making up for it through his deadly area of effect attacks and the way he levels weapon skills faster than his comrades.
I'm nobody, really.
This slightly weird brand of mission-based zombie killing creates harrowing moments and a great sense of character growth. But for all the improvements to the roughly 13-hour-long core campaign and the dozens of additional hours of gameplay waiting in side quests, Riptide still can't completely escape the tedium that springs from slicing and dicing zombie after zombie. Like the original Dead Island, you'll have more fun if you interact with some actual human beings. If you don't have online friends to play with, a convenient option lets you join up with players of similar skill level who happen to be near you in the game's virtual space.
You need to find a key for that gate.
If you were put off by some of the technical issues with the original game, it's worth mentioning that Riptide still suffers from a few issues with hit detection, occasional bugs, and technical performance. The frame rate, which never feels completely stable, can slow to a crawl in the most heated conflicts, particularly in underground levels such as the Japanese tunnels. Expect a few random issues as well. The sound might shut off completely, vehicles might disappear, and the finicky minimap is all but useless at times, with the path to your objective winking in and out of existence, or maybe never appearing at all.
Couldn't wait to try a ritual or something.
Even though these issues can certainly be annoying, the game has a lot going for it when everything is working properly, and the handful of new gameplay elements turns Riptide into something legitimately better than its predecessor. In some ways, Dead Island Riptide feels like a massive content patch, but considering its smarter pacing and greater visual and gameplay variety, it's closer to what the original game probably should have been.
Newt!
See all of our shows and game reviews now on the brand new GT app on Xbox Live, and the GT Originals iOS app too. Capcom has a rich history of crossovers. While the most noteworthy entries hail from the fighting game genre, 8 years ago, Capcom partnered up with Namco to release a strategy RPG crossover entitled Namco Cross Capcom that never saw a release outside of Japan. Though it may have been a fan's dream, critics found the game lacking. Flash forward to the present, where the two companies joined forces with Sega to produce Project Cross Zone, a follow-up to Namco Cross Capcom that looks to not only up the fan service, but actually deliver a solid SRPG. Given the odd title and the unique premise, it's easy to look at this game and wonder just what the heck is going on. Project Cross Zone includes some of the most popular icons from the various Sega, Namco Bandai, and Capcom universes, though there are a few oddball choices. The jam-packed roster is sometimes enough to make your head spin, and while the writing is humorous at times and self-aware, the conversations tend to drag on to the point of tedium when every character has to get a word in.
今の俺たちにできることは拳を振るうことだけだ。構わないな、みんな。
Fortunately, the basic mechanics of the game aren't nearly as overwhelming as the premise. The game is broken into roughly 40-plus chapters, each containing a battle scenario that pits your forces against legions of enemy units on grid-based maps in typical SRPG fashion. The condition for winning requires you to complete simple objectives ranging from vanquishing all enemies, slaying a boss, or reaching a certain spot on the map. New objectives are thrown into the mix every now and then, like completing a task in a limited number of turns, but it's all pretty straightforward. Players can move units in a specified order on the map and perform several actions like attacking, using an item to heal, or using a unit's special skill for an offensive or defensive boost. Once the turn shifts to the opposing side, you sometimes have the opportunity to react to enemy attacks by either defending or countering them. This simplicity has its drawbacks. For the most part, the game is severely lacking in the strategy department. The most reckless actions will go unpunished through at least half of the game, and even when the difficulty turns it up a notch, it'll hardly tax the old noggin. You can't rearrange your units prior to battle, and the simple layout of maps with flat geography and no real obstacles means that the emphasis is squarely on the individual fights. The game is tilted heavily in the player's favor with the ability to heal your units at almost any time, significantly reducing the overall challenge. This lack of challenge is magnified by the game's slow pacing. With so many units on screen, it gets frustrating waiting for everyone to take their turn, and the game sorely needs some sort of way to speed things up. Though the strategy element may be lacking, the flashy combat stands out, with frantic action that resembles a combo-crazed fighting game. There's a small learning curve, but the game eases you into the system so as not to overwhelm you. At the core of each battle are primary units comprised of two characters that team up to execute a series of attacks based on specific button inputs. The execution is nowhere near as difficult as it looks. Each attack is performed by pressing a single button or two. The goal is to perform an initial attack, and then with proper timing follow it up with another attack to produce insanely long damaging combos. The game encourages you to learn the timing of when to follow up an attack and what specific attack to use, rather than haphazardly mashing buttons. If you execute every single unique attack available, you're granted an additional attack to further extend the beatdown. Perfect timing results in critical attacks that deal significantly more damage, and longer combos mean more experience, so there's plenty of incentive to stay sharp during every fight scene. But this isn't the end of the combo insanity. You're eventually able to call in a third character to perform their own attacks, and if you can attack an enemy while an allied unit is within close proximity, they can join in with the support attack. Adding more combatants into the scene certainly makes for some chaotic-looking battles, but there's actually logic to the madness. Catching an enemy between two parties' attacks can produce something called a cross hit, signaled by a green X icon. By keeping up the assault, you'll dish out more damage and ramp up your XP gauge beyond its normal limits. When the gauge is full, you'll be able to use special skills outside battle or channel the energy into cinematic super attacks, pour on the punishment, and unleash the fan service. When everything's clicking, the end result is an eye-popping battle that feels truly rewarding. As your characters level up and progress, they'll gain additional attacks to further extend combos and add some more variety to the system. The only drawback is that, given the number of enemies you'll have to plow through, you'll repeat many of the same actions over and over. It's a classic case of too much of a good thing. While the battle animations look amazing, the bulk of the game's visuals look more at home on the DS than the 3DS. Sprite animations on the map look boring and lack variety, and the 3D effect looks terrible. The soundtrack sports a ton of remixes of some classic tunes, but it's hit or miss. There's also only a Japanese audio track with English subtitles, which is probably for the better. Project Cross Zone successfully delivers on the fan service and flashy battles, but it falls short in the strategy department. It's a fun game to play in small intervals, but it's a lengthy proposition, clocking in at around 40 to 50 hours to complete. It's an improvement over the last crossover extravaganza, but this rather one-sided strategy RPG couldn't succeed, even with the strength of its cast of video game icons.